Inauguration live here in Washington, D.C. in the United States of America. We're here live in Washington, D.C. in the United States of America for Donald Trump inauguration. I need to travel now here live.
America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have. The largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will
live here in Washington, D.C. I need to travel now. Tell a friend, tell everybody I'm here.
In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will put all the deals in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. You did tremendously well. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service. Coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before. To restore confidence and effectiveness to our federal government, my administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents. Something like that. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public policy. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for voting to oppose And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. Our armed forces will be free to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. In post-17, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf. President McKinley made our country very rich through talent, who was a natural businessman, and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, if you think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Once again, act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do, and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback, but as you see today, here I am, the American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore American promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you. Thank you.
man to provide prayers and benediction.
Your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, 𝗠𝗏𝗏. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable support of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation, to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home. And pray that the next Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing. That like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessings.
Sorry for disturbing you. Someone is calling. Should you answer this? I'm not sure. Should you? It's totally up to you. Have a good day. Don't be stressed by the other creatures they call humans.
America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our presidents, that we would live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. As we call in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty of 𝗏𝗏. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrims brought from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring from the prestigious hilltops of New Hampshire Let freedom ring from the mighty mountains of New York. Let freedom ring from the shining 𝗩𝗶𝗰𝘁cie of Pennsylvania. Let freedom ring from the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado. Let freedom ring from the courageous hilltops of California. But God bless you, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from the hills of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speak up that day. Oh no. Your children.
Sorry, put this
Let Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual. Free at last! Free at
I'm going to sit soon. I'm just setting up.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirits. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead, and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to the faith, to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. Father Christ in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans. And Americans kneel to God, and to God alone.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart from the platform.
That's the lady in the black one behind her. Oh, yeah, yeah.
How my dick fall again? Sorry. How did that fall? Somebody knock it out.
They come out. Well, talk about
Yeah, sorry, I need to travel now. I was here, I was outside, I was taking care of a couple of things, and you're gonna see, I'm here live in Washington DC. Sorry for some of the equipment I had got taken away from me, so I don't have it anymore. But I'm here, tell a friend, action's coming up soon, action coming up soon. So I need to travel now live here in Washington, D.C., in the United States of America. And this is Donald Trump inauguration. Right now we're inside of the Capital One Arena. And the crowd is anticipating Trump arrival, President Trump arrival. But right now, what are we watching? We are watching the ceremony from the Capitol building, which is very close from here. And yeah, we're waiting. So President Trump going to be at this location here, somewhere here, in a short while. Like I said, you are watching the ceremony.
Goodbye. It's China's fault. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye, Bill. Bye, Mama. Get out of here. Get out of town.
See the empty seats? The cabinet going to be right here. Yesterday I was on the opposite end. I was over there. I was behind there yesterday. If you just wondered, yesterday I was over there. We were watching the opposite end. This arena is big. If you know, looking like if the screen is so far away. And when next side it also was looking like the screen far away. Okay, it is far away. We were behind there. Now we're over here.
I just can't believe that we need it. Yeah. I wonder how I would like that. It was filled all the way back. We got the front, it was filled all the way to the back. Right past Chinatown. Bridge. Chinatown thing. There was a ways back. And then somebody gets started. Walk across that front part. And the sun is like, oh, we're going to get here at 6:30. We're going to end. That's yeah. I wish I could see it. See me? I got
Because they have 5 hours once the inauguration starts. They have like stuff moved out or whoever, like, you know, whoever's going to be president. That's how it's done. Oh. Yeah, bother. I don't hear about that. I don't listen to the crowd. Look down.
Come on, see you.
Trash anyway. Yeah, I'm coming out though. Oh, okay.
Thank you for letting us sit in here. Oh, you're welcome.
Sit back down. Thank you. Guys leaving? Are you leaving? Damn it. Oh my God, you were still on
And can you be take care of her, right?
How about this person?
Just careful with this.
No, that's fine. No problem.
I'm good. I just want to make sure we're not poor. Right. Don't you remember it so when you get up, you want to Thank you.
There you are.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't let me.
Huh? My lady.
No, like, you send you a friend request. Can't be Facebook buddies.
Before we started off, I didn't know exactly what the president would do in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, he didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start. Thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors, because it was a beautiful ceremony. It was cool as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Beautiful sunny day. We blew it, and then I went outside and we were freezing with the very unhappy. The sun was very receptive. It was cold out. And I'm sort of saying, it's so beautiful today, maybe we should do it every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because the outdoor things really need, but it gets a little cold around this time. Some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect. It was the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience than I just spoke to. And I want to keep that open. Because I don't want to have all of those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. When you think a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it. And we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time and endorsed him in Ohio. It was a great senate, and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very comfortably mobile. Because he hasn't been doing it that long. But he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting a little hard. And so it was maybe tough. After that, it was smooth sailing. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we do a news system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Ronnie Jackson. We gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said to make it tougher on, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said, he'll only have something that for about 3 months. How would they think about the way is that moving along? It's true. He said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He could handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. We've got how many is it? 219 or 220? And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got one negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think he was 249. That's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate them. So if you have 35 people that hate you, and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, the good news is, when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. We will be really nasty to a couple of them. That's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop. And he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise is, he's our hero. Because, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones and his incredible wife. She really loves him. You never know about that. I've been with other people. It was really cool. The wife was like, look at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? I don't know. It's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. I told Steve when he finally woke up with him, wow. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here it is, the picture of strength, right? And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than what you thought, right? And I did have a couple of things I have to say that were extremely congratulations. And between JB and Melania, and anybody else that had please, sir, it's such a beautiful, beautifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I'm telling you, it's going to be great. He said, you're right. This was beautiful, sir. But you're the only ones I heard by that album. I said, you didn't do it. She said, sir. Oh, you sir, what did you say here? No, I'm not going to do that. Say I'm only kidding. The president's going to pick that one up. No, but she said, no, I think it's really such a nice speech. I think it's, it all depends on you.
Sorry for disturbing you. Someone is calling. Should you answer this? I'm not sure. I'll be back. I have to take a phone call. Should you? Sorry, I was on the phone with a private phone conversation and I can't let it be recorded. So now we're back here, we're in the stadium, we're waiting for Trump to come over here. And we live here, we live here. Look, this is the balcony, watch. You see the balcony right there?
Yeah, well, many of you know, they sent me to prison for 4 months for defending the Constitution. And I can tell you, in all honesty, I never met anybody in prison who did as bad stuff as those people. Fauci, 𝗩𝗶𝗰𝘁cie 𝗍𝗶𝗁. No accountability for that. And lastly, I want to be a small part of the big trade and manufacturing team. You're going to see new folks, shining stars, like 𝗍𝗶𝗁, Commerce Secretary, Scott Best in the Treasury. These men are giants in the world, and they're going to deal with veterans like 𝗩𝗶𝗰𝘁cie and we, Donald Trump is our commander-in-chief. We're going to protect you from the unfair trade that ravages this country, steals our jobs, steals all the factories. Are you ready? Are you ready? I got one thing left on my bucket list here. Maybe you can help me out. Take the risk of your trainers. But I've gone to so many rallies in Washington, I've always wanted to feel what it was like to be on stage as him when the crowd went absolutely wild. So why don't you warm yourselves up, get ready for the boss, and let me hear you say what you're going to do for Donald Trump. Come on.
crowds would get larger, the passion would intensify, the red hats would grow in number, and the throngs of people who would come the night before, the day before, the morning of, just to be a part, not of a conventional political campaign, but a true movement of men and women and children from across this great nation who wanted to be there and be part of something bigger than all of us. To stand up and say, this is our country, that we kneel for the Lord, we stand for the flag, we don't confuse the Jew, and we're here because we believe in those three words that President Trump said every time. Secure the border, respect law enforcement, cut your taxes, repeal 𝗩𝗶𝗰𝘁cie𝗿𝘆𝗥, get rid of Common Core. And yes, and this time, in 2024, you were there again. But so for so many Americans who had never voted or had never voted Republican, that's the magic of Donald Trump. President Trump has done away with all these acronyms. CRT, CLM, ESG, DEI. Ladies and gentlemen, the acronym of the day of the term is USA. People in Washington love to fight. They love to fight. He's not fighting in Washington. He's fighting for you. And that's why we fight. So continue to stand up and speak up and show up and put up. And ladies and gentlemen, whether you were for him on day one, or you were people you know did it on November 5th, 2024 for the first time, keep saying welcome. Let's bring more people into this movement. This is an optimistic, positive, forward-looking time for our nation, for our children, for our grandchildren, for our veterans, for the forgotten man, the forgotten woman, the forgotten child. President Trump, never forget, did not need to do this. He did not need to do this. He already had everything that people who go into politics want. Money, fame, brilliant, beautiful wife, golf anytime he wants. He did this for the people. And as we all know, he dodged a bullet. Ladies and gentlemen, the whole country dodged a bullet. And I have Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris as our president. Welcome again, happy Inauguration Day, and we're just part of the warm band for the main act, Vice President J.D. Vance, and 45-47, President Donald J. Trump. God bless you. God bless the USA.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Dr. Ronnie Jackson.
All right, welcome America to the greatest day ever. I don't have to tell anybody in this room, this is my favorite people on the planet right here. You guys are the MAGA warriors. You guys are, thank you. Thank you for everything you do. Well, I also don't have to tell you there's a new sheriff in town, right? Donald J. Trump was right about everything. Everything. I've known him for a long time. I was blessed to be his physician and work in the White House side by side with him. I was blessed enough to be with him on January 20, 2017, 8 years ago. I spent the day with him. I watched him give his inaugural address. And I'll tell you, I was extraordinarily blessed. Hours of my entire life when I get to listen to President Trump talk about how horrible this country has been treated, and all of us have been treated, horrible things that have been done to all of us this last administration for the last 4 years, and how he was going to fix it all, And he did it right there with Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, 𝗩𝗶𝗰𝘁cie, and everybody else, Kamala Harris. They had to sit there and listen to it, and I loved it. I'll tell you what, I thought for sure, I've always said that the 45th President of the United States is the absolute best president that this country has ever had. And you know what? I think the 47th president is going to be even better. We are in for a change. This is a great day. How many of you out there think this is one of the best days of your entire life? Absolutely it is. We had one chance to get this country back. We were headed down a path of destruction that we would never ever recover from. I promise you. And we have been given a second chance in the form of Donald J. Trump. He's here, he's back, and he's going to fix what's broken. We're going to get our border back. We're going to stop the illegal immigrants and the cartels that have laid devastation in this country. We're going to lock them up. We're going to get rid of them. We're going to get our economy back. We're going to get our military back. We're going to get our federal government back. We're taking it all back. This is a great time to be American. This is a great day to be an American. And I just wanted to come here, and I can't wait till he gets here to talk to all of you guys. I want to thank you for what you've done, because he got elected because people like you got out, and you voted, and you took neighbors who never voted to the polls, and we all voted, and there's an overwhelming mandate in this country for Donald Trump to come in here and to take this country back. And so I know we're all excited to be here today. It's going to be super exciting when he gets here in a minute. I just wanted to come up here and tell you how much I love you, how much I appreciate you. I want to say God bless you, God bless the United States of America, and God bless Donald J. Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Governor 𝗍𝗪𝗏
What a great day to be an American. I have to admit, it's a little surreal to be back in Washington, D.C. right now. 8 years ago, I was one of the very first staffers to go into the White House for President Trump's first term. And today, because Donald Trump believed in me, defended me, I stand before you as the youngest governor in the country. More importantly, I stand here as someone who absolutely loves this country and is so thankful we finally have a president that is back in the White House that will fight for each one of us. My youngest son, George, is a little tired of hearing me be called the youngest governor in the country. The other day, he asked me, he said, Mom, you're the youngest governor in the country? I said, yeah, George. He said, wow, those other governors must be really old. No offense to my colleagues. Whether you think I'm too young or you think they're too old, Republican governors have been holding the line while we waited on Donald Trump to get back to the White House. Ladies and gentlemen, we're 8 years old. We now have a fighter back at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and I could not be more excited. The reason I'm so excited to see Donald Trump back in the White House is because I know he's a president who absolutely absolutely loves America. Not even an assassin's bullet could keep him down and stop him from continuing to fight for our country. I had the privilege of serving President Trump. I got to travel with him literally all over the world, seeing firsthand just how much he loves this country. And on one particular cruise of the Youngkin governmental board, probably any of us were together. Some of you have heard this story, but I want to remind you of who Donald Trump is at this point. We boarded Air Force One in complete and total darkness. There were no lights on the plane, no lights on the runway. And 12 hours later, on Christmas night, when we touched down in war-torn western Iraq, again a similar scene, no lights on the runway, no lights on the plane. No one knew that the President of the United States had traveled around the world on Christmas night until we got there. And the President walked in to a dining hall that was packed with troops. Men, women from all over the country. Every demographic you can imagine represented in that room in that moment. And when he stepped in and surprised the men and women of our military, it was a sight and a scene and a sound that I know I will never forget. People chanting in perfect unison. An absolutely unbelievable picture of what makes America incredible. Those men and women cheering, chanting over and over and over again, USA, USA, USA. There was a young soldier in the back of the room, and he said, Mr. President, I re-enlisted in the military because of you. The President said, without missing a beat, and son, I am here because of you. We finally have a president who will stand up for our country and that will protect and fight for the men and women who wear the uniform and give us freedom so we can really enjoy it. That young soldier came up to me and he tore the patch off of his shoulder. He placed it into my hand, and he said, Sarah, we are in this together. Ladies and gentlemen, that young man and everyone that has served before them, everyone that will serve after them, deserves to know that we have a leader that loves this country and will do everything he can to make it great, and that's exactly what we have in Donald J. Trump. The opportunity to stand behind the microphone and defend and celebrate this president many times. But this made me the very proudest because I know over the next 4 years, he is going to rebuild our country and make it the best that it has ever been. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting our president.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage RNC Chairman 𝗩𝗶𝗰𝘁cie𝗿𝘆𝗆.
Palm Beach at 6 a.m. We flew to Phoenix. We did a rally with Charlie Kirk and the Turning Point guys. We got back on the plane. We flew up to San Francisco. Had a huge dinner there, about an hour-long motorcade back. And we're flying down from San Francisco to Los Angeles. pretty cool. You know, about 9.5 years ago, he came down the escalator in New York City. And to everybody's shock and dismay, he said, I am going to make America great again. We are going to rebuild our southern border. We are going to restore our economy. We are going to keep our communities safe. And we're going to make sure that America is strong enough to protect our interests and our allies around the world. And I can say that over the last year, as we have taken that message to Detroit, to Philadelphia, to New York, to Milwaukee, to San Francisco, and everywhere in between, that man, our president, has never wavered. And here we are today, and at 12:01, right up the street, he put his hand on the Bible, and he swore an oath to make America great again. So let me ask you, and let me ask all of America, are you ready for America to be wealthy again? Are you ready for America to be safe again? Are you ready for America to be strong again? Are you ready for America to be great again? Are you ready for Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance to be the president and the vice president of the United States of America? Pretty cool, huh? Thank you, America, and thank you for everything that you did to make today a reality.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Donalds.
Whether it was Georgia, North Carolina, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona, or Nevada, we swept them all, and Donald Trump is president of the United States. For years, they said it wasn't going to happen. For years, they said, no, it's going to be the left's way. But it was the American people who looked the craziness of the left in the eye and said, we need common sense. We need real vision. We need a country that is going to be preeminent above all others. And we need the American people to be put first. And all of you in this arena and around this country, make sure Donald Trump is the 47th president of the United States. Being here in Washington on January 20th is special for me. This is the day we commemorate the birthday of Dr. King. And as I was sitting in the Capitol Rotunda, as I was watching Donald Trump give the best speech ever at a presidential inauguration, it reminded me to another great speech. And Pastor Sewell in his benediction, I gotta have a talking with him because he was phenomenal. But what it said to me is that in our country, there are no perfect men. There are no perfect women. There are people who are used at a point in time in this country to put this country in position to be better than it was before. And so that's why in the Capitol Rotunda, when President Trump talked about that bullet that went through his ear, and that he is here at this time because God has placed him here at this time to make sure that the golden era of America comes through right now. So yes, we are going to make sure that we get your prices under control and we have a great economy. Yes, we're going to get out of stupid wars and dumb conflicts, and we're going to have peace through strength. Yes, our soldiers are going to be focused on their core mission, and that is to kill the enemy and to come home. Yes, we're going to have the largest repatriation force of illegal immigrants in the history of this country, because the only way you come to America is legally, following the law. All of those promises and more, they're going to be kept starting today at that very desk over there. And I got a special message, and this is for states like California and New York and Illinois. If you want to continue to have a dumpster fire form of government, if you want to continue to mislead your people thinking that your radical policies are the way forward, people like myself in the great state of Florida and Tennessee and Texas and the administration of Donald J. Trump, we are going to show you what true governance is. We are going to show you what true leadership is. And we are going to show the people in your states that they don't have to live with Gavin Newsom. They can have a Republican again. And the last thing, because I don't want this to be about red states versus blue states, we are Americans. And the thing that will unify us is the success of our nation. When a young kid can grow up in the inner city and make something of himself, that is success. When a mom can dream about her children and they achieve something wonderful in America, that is success. When an immigrant from another country comes through the right way and they actually build something and they add to what America truly is, that is success. When we unify our efforts and we can disagree, but still keep the most perfect union ever known going, that is success. Those are the common sense ideals of America. That is the leadership that Donald Trump is going to bring. And I don't care if you're in California or Florida, that is going to be the guiding principles of the United States of America. So buckle up, everybody, because we're going to be unified. We're going to get the job done. And I don't know about you, what kind of silly speeches. On Capitol Hill, a few blocks from here, we are going to get the job done, or people will be moved out of the way. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and their families. God bless you.
you that have always had the president's back throughout these last couple of years, when we were at our darkest moment 4 years ago, this is your victory. For those of you that refuse to waver, when they tried to throw our amazing patriots in federal prison, when they tried to silence this movement, for those of you that never wavered, this is your victory. For those of you that are sick and tired of seeing your beloved home be overrun by hordes of illegals, this is your victory. And no longer is this just a rally about what we say we're going to do when President Trump takes office. Now I can say what he's doing right now as we are here in this arena. President Donald Trump is signing executive order after executive order, 200 executive actions and orders today. And my favorite, that God created man and woman. There are no other no more critical race theory or diversity, equity, inclusion in our military. Our taxpayer dollars will no longer fund our kids to hate our country. It is over as of today, thanks to President Trump. What you saw from President Trump today, which, by the way, I believe was the best inaugural address in American history. And the reason why it was the best, it was not platitudes or abstractions or empty promises. It wasn't about stuff that the DC regime wants to hear. While they were all sitting behind him, he basically said, the people in this room have been robbing you, the American people. You see, as of high noon, just an hour and a half ago, the 46th president is no longer. Their term is over. It will go 45 Trump, a bunch of White House staffers, 47 Trump. That is how the succession will go. And what we have seen these last couple of years was the intentional destruction and obliteration of our homeland. And in just one day, we're going to understand a very simple truth, that decline is a choice. That when your country is failing, because our leaders have decided to allow it to fail. And President Trump, I really believe, is on a mission from the Almighty to save this country in that millimeter miracle, where he very well could have been not just shot, but unspeakable things could have happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. And the reason that they wanted to take out Donald Trump so bad, 700 years in federal prison, every possible way imaginable, is because he brings you guys into the room. It's because he brings you into the negotiation. You see, this was supposed to be a managed decline of the United States of America. And just understand what you are living through. You're living through a new American renaissance. And honestly, there were a lot of people that said there's no way they'll allow Donald Trump to be president again. They're going to steal it. They're going to use the machines. And I understand all that. They're going to try to take them out. But never underestimate the will of the American people and the sovereignty of God towards righteous and good purposes. Donald Trump is evidence that God is not done with the United States of America, that our best days are ahead of us. And our marching orders are very simple. Right now, the southern border is being secured and it is being militarized. There are no more illegal entries allowed in the United States of America. Right now, the invasion is over. It is over. And we have to understand that it's going to be more than this executive action. It's all of you continue to fight for your community. It's all of you continue to understand that this is going to be a bottom-up movement to reclaim our communities, to reclaim our school boards, to make sure our kids love America again. And for me personally, I have a lot of things that I could have done, but the most important thing that I can do and Turning Point can do is to go back on these campuses to make sure that Gen Z is the most conservative generation in American history. your vote. It was the largest swing of any demographic, a 35-point swing. For 12 years, I have been focusing on trying to get young people to believe in America, to believe in conservative principles. And I went to campus after campus, and you know, it was not easy work. It was very difficult. But I was all the young people of America and Gen Z. I want you to know, President Trump is going to deliver for you, so that you can be able to own a home, have big families, believe in this country, and the American dream that your parents once had, you will also be able to enjoy. And let us all together say, thank you, God. Thank you for giving us 45 and 47. Thank you for delivering this country from the most awful people imaginable. Our best days are ahead. Thank you, everybody. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the next Secretary of Commerce, 𝗖𝗽𝗶
Good afternoon on the greatest inauguration day ever. Today is one of the most important days in American history because Donald J. Trump is right now and that's the White House. I could not be prouder to be standing before you because 77 million Americans
Click the thumbs up
voted
button, subscribe,
for
share.
Donald
I'm
Trump
here
to
live in
ensure
Washington, D.C. I just travel
that
now.
it is always America first. So I want to tell you some stories because no president, Donald Trump is now the oldest president to take office, but no president has ever had his work ethic, his energy, or his intuition. So when the president sees a problem, he calls it out. You know it, right? He's the one who said fake news. He's the one who said the swamp. He's the one who said the deep state. We've all heard him say it. Now we all know it's true. And his intuition is always right, so he starts talking about bad trade deals. That's what he thinks. So let me tell you a story about the last day on the campaign trail. So I went to meet the president in North Carolina, okay? He gets up in the morning at 8 o'clock. We get in the motorcade, gives a speech. He goes to 3 states, 4 rallies, an hour and a half each rally, finishes midnight. We start at 8 a.m. and finishes midnight. Gets on the stage midnight, Grand Rapids, Michigan. Speaks for 2 hours. 2 hours. Never takes a nap. And when he's on the stage, he's never taken a sip of water. The man is power. He is power. See, no other president will let the administration do it. He's going to help us fix America. So, I've never been in politics before. I spent my life working in building companies, and I worked hard to build a life that really it's only possible in America. But on September 11th, when we saw our darkest day, it changed my life forever. See, my company was located on the 101st and 105th floors of the World Trade Center. We lost 658 of our 960 New York-based employees. My younger brother Gary got killed. He was 36. My best friend Doug, 39. 658 of my
President colonies got killed. So 9/11 could have broken us, but we Americans were strong. We don't break. So we all, my employees and I, we dedicated ourselves to rebuilding the company so we could take care of the 658 families that we lost. And I want you to know, we received thousands and thousands of cards and letters. And most importantly, we received all of your prayers. And that mattered to us and helped carry us through. So the events of September 11th instilled in me a sense of community and dedication for the country. So when the president asked me to join him in his administration, I jumped at the chance. So I was the co-chair of the transition team, which helped pick for the president, helped sort of set him up so he could pick all the nominees. And then I'm really proud to tell you that he was nominated, President Trump has nominated me to be the next Secretary of Commerce of the United States to serve all America. So let's talk about commerce. See, we plan to end the decades of policies that threw American workers to wolves. Factories were closed, jobs were lost, wages decreased. We left Americans out in the cold while country after country in this world took us to the cleaners and made money off of us. And that is going to end today. At the start of the 20th century, America was the richest country on earth. And we defended our workers from unfair trade policies with tariffs. And we only made money. We had no income tax. All we did is charge other countries and foreign companies that wanted to sell to America, you had to pay for entry. Okay, so imagine this. The U.S. government had no income tax. Americans got to keep all their hard-earned money, and foreigners paid the price. So now, what's happened? We have the Internal Revenue Service. That means charge us internal. Now imagine politicians who can't even balance their own checkbook, taking our money, and what do they do every year? Let's just take more, let's just take more, let's just take more. So this is how Donald Trump is going to end it and fix it. Last week, he announced that we're going to return America to greatness by creating, today is his birthday, the External Revenue Service. So if you're always wondering, is some bureaucrat going to cut your benefits? Not under Donald Trump. Not under Donald Trump. It means foreign companies are going to pay if they want to come and sell products to the wealthiest country on earth. And if they want to compete with American workers, then let's just not tax our American workers. It means creating level playing fields. That means that America will be great by reducing the taxes that we pay and driving the ones that they pay. So what that means is the External Revenue Service will put up tariffs or walls that protect you. And that means if these companies don't want to pay, there's only one thing they can do. Build the factories in America, hire Americans with great high-paying jobs. Let's double the size of our unions in America, but not just by adding more and more great-paying jobs. That's our objective. So today is the beginning of celebrating the return of common sense and ending the decades of disrespect disrespected the American worker and the disrespect and unfair treatment of our workers. Today, Donald Trump returns to the White House and prosperity returns to America. Thank you all. And I love today. What a day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Governor Glenn Youngkin.
Well, come on now, can't you feel it? The American spirit is alive This is the dawn of the golden age of America because we inaugurated the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. What a day to be in Washington, D.C. You know, I live right across the river in Virginia. By the way, in Virginia, we know that taxes have to be low, jobs have to be plentiful, and it's your money, not the government's. But we also know that in Virginia and in America, freedom is not free. We know that our military heroes and their families sacrifice everything. We know that law enforcement stands in the breach. We must back the blue, and I want everybody here to give a rounding applause for the 25,000 military and police officers keeping us all safe today. God bless America. My friends, we are standing here on the dawn of a new age, and we are seeing the sun set. The sun set on weakness, the sun set on wokeness, and the sun set on a wide open border that has turned every state into a border state. We are seeing the dawn of a prosperous America, the dawn of a secure and safe America, and the dawn of a world that sees peace because we have a strong America. Our new president, Donald J. Trump, has never, ever lost faith in America. They tried to take him down legally. They tried to put him in jail. They tried to even assassinate him. And he never gave up on America. In America, we will never
Sorry
give
for
up
disturbing
on
you.
him.
Someone is calling.
And as we stand here on this dawn of the next golden age in America, we all have a responsibility. It is our responsibility to stand every day in support of this administration, to do everything that we possibly can do for America's success. President Trump deeply believes this, and both he and J.D. Vance have already gone to work. He is signing executive orders. He is closing the border. He is bringing down inflation. He is stepping into the breach. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for America to be prosperous again. It is time for America to be safe again. It is time for America to be strong again. And it is time for America to be great again. Patrick Henry, who echoed, "Give me liberty," or "Give me that." My friends, those words that Thomas Jefferson penned, which are the greatest words, at least in this hemisphere, ever written, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, and among them are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Ladies and gentlemen, we stand here on the dawn of a new age where life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are available to every American. And we must stand together as we collectively say, God bless America, and God bless Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance. Thank you all very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Mr. Elon Musk.
I'm not sure. Should you? It's totally up to you. Have a good day. Don't be stressed by the other creatures they call humans.
This one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured. Thanks to you. We're going to have safe cities, finally, safe cities. Secure borders, sensible spending, basic stuff. And we're going to take Doge to Mars. Can you imagine how awesome it will be if American astronauts plant the flag on another planet for the first time? You know, there's always problems in life. There's problems, all that, all that problem. But you know, there need to be things that inspire. There need to be things that make you glad to wake up in the morning and say, I'm looking forward to the future. I love you guys. I'm gonna whip my ass up for you guys. and just feel like we're gonna make the future good. We're gonna make it good. So, man, I can't wait. It's gonna be fantastic. So thank you again. And yeah, I'm so excited about the future. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, 𝗩𝗶𝗁.
Elon Musk when he tells you you're going to take it to Mars. I'll tell you, he and I share something deeply. We love the American dream. And we have been given a gift by God today to usher in a new dynasty because we just inaugurated Donald J. Trump as our 47th president. And we just inaugurated 𝗩𝗶𝗰𝘁 as our vice president of the United States. We did that because the American dream is alive and well. Because you showed that our dream can be the dream for our children, the dream for our world. And we are at a crossroads here in America. But our future is bright because you have the courage to stand for your convictions. So I'm humbled here to talk to you about why I love the American dream. My story is pretty simple, it's unique, and some of you share in it. My parents were born and raised in East Africa.
There's a girl.
My father in the 1970s led a genocide of dictatorship in Uganda, where he saw 300,000 of his countrymen murdered, where he saw what lawlessness would do if it was allowed to break through the system of constitutional justice. He fled, like so many others. He married my mother. They moved here. They waited in line. They stood in line because the American dream was worth standing in line for. That dream is woven into the fabric of this nation, and our immigration policy is the greatest policy in the world. And now that we have Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, it will become the greatest policy in the world again. The dreams and hopes aren't enough, my friends. We gotta get to work. And we gotta accept the realities that too many of you know from your communities. President Trump launched in his first term priorities of national security, law enforcement, economy, and global diplomacy. So now, we have to retread some of that. And I'd just like to go over a few of the things that our community has been living under these last few years. In the last calendar year alone, we had 100,000 drug overdoses. In the last calendar alone, we had over 100,000 rapes. In the last calendar year alone, we had 17,000 homicides. That is unacceptable in 2025 in the United States of America. That is why we need constitutional law and order. When I read the statistic that for the age group of 18 to 45, the number one cause of death is CCP fentanyl. We are not prioritized to go after the threats that face this country and most of all, that face our future generations.
Sorry for disturbing you. Someone is calling. Should you answer this? I'm not sure. Should you? It's totally up to you. Have a good day. Don't be stressed. by the other creatures they call humans.
And stand on that wall and tell you nothing's getting by them tonight. And so to them, thank you. To our teachers and our frontline workers and our first responders, y'all choose to show up every single day for our children, for our communities, and we will now show up for you. Thank you for keeping us safe. To the men and women in law enforcement, maybe I'm biased on this one. Our police officers, our sheriffs, our federal agents are some of the greatest warriors that God has ever created. And we will put them first because they have our backs, and now we will have your backs. I'm standing here because of the American dream. I am not standing here because of the color of my skin. I'm standing here because I earned my right on this stage. And you are I promise you this, with every fiber of my being, that our law enforcement, that our teachers, that our first responders, that our veterans, that our men and women in uniform who dare to serve this country and put themselves below the rest of our needs will be reprioritized to the top of the heap because they are standing on that wall, and we will not let that light go dark on them. Whether I was a national security prosecutor, a public defender, President Trump's deputy director of national intelligence, his chief of staff at the Department of Defense, or so many other roles that I was humbled and privileged to serve when I swore out to that Constitution, which I hope to do so again one day soon. You have my word that you have ushered in a dynasty of change. You have ushered in a dynasty that will allow our children to live this American dream. My American dream. I am living the world's American dream. I'm the son of lawful immigrants. We worked our tails off just like you all do, and I'm going to make you a deal. I promise you I will never quit on your children. I will never quit on their children, because this American dream does not belong to me. It does not belong to them. This American dream belongs to the world. So in closing, I just want to tell you this. It's pretty cool to be speaking in number one arena right before the boss. You've inspired me beyond words. Your love, your devotion, your commitment to our country, everywhere I go, shows us that we are not only the beacon of hope, but we are the land of constitutional justice. We are the land under Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance. We are going to end the two-tier system of justice. We are going to remove the weaponization of the intelligence community for political purposes. And we are going to put the men and women of America first. So listen, there's just one thing left to do. We all got work to do. We've got the greatest president, the greatest vice president in the history of the world. And so I just need you all to do a little bit more. Every time you see a law enforcement officer, every time you see a veteran, every time you see a teacher, shake their hand. Give them a little bit of your time, because they're giving us all of our time. And don't forget to enjoy the ride, ladies and gentlemen. God bless America. God bless the United States of America. God bless everyone here. I'm living the American dream. My name is 𝗖𝗽𝗶 and I ain't going anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Scavino.
47th President of the United States of America will be here shortly. He's down at the Capitol. They'll be in a little while. They'll be here. They asked me to come out and say a few words and say hello to you great American patriots that came from all over the country. Thank you for being here today. One thing I just noticed when we were leaving the Capitol after the swearing in, that really hit me hard after the journey we have been on over the last 9 years, especially over the last 4 years. It really hit me when they took the presidential seal right here and put it on front of the podium for when the president gets here. President Trump often says to us on Team Trump over the years, "You're so lucky that I took you on this journey."
Thank you.
In the good times and the bad times, no matter what would be happening, we'd be sitting on Trump Force One, Air Force One, in the Oval Office, at Mar-a-Lago, no matter where it may be. Good times, bad times. You are so lucky I took you on this journey. And you know what, Mr. President? You are damn right. You took all of us on this journey. There's been a lot of stops along the way from 2016 when we started back in 2015 with a small campaign team flying around the country, doing rallies, small teams, 6, 7, maybe 8 people. Then it continued to grow before you knew it. GOP nomination is going to Donald J. Trump in Cleveland in 2016. Fast forward, he became the 45th president of the United States of America. He had a great 4-year term, and you know what's been great? The last 4 years have not been great in many senses, but he's now going to be, he's back in office right now, and I'm just absolutely so pumped up for what this president is going to do. He loves each and every one of you in this arena. The guy cares, he has a fighting spirit, as you saw in Butler, Pennsylvania, with the assassination attempt that came a few months ago. You can say that again. Fight, fight, fight. It's a moment that I will never forget being there and in the hospital with him. I want to just give you a behind-the-scenes moment with the president and the heart that he has. We were in the hospital. He had blood coming down his ear. He wanted to know how his staff was. Myself and Susie were with him, and Stephen Chung and Walt, and even the Secret Service. How are you guys doing? The guy just got shot in the damn head, and he's worried about us. Are you guys okay? He's on the phone with his family. Show him a picture, the iconic photo of his fist raised in the air. Photo was from Doug Mills from the New York Times, a great photographer. He looked at the picture, he's staring at the picture, one of the most historical photos of all time. There'll never be anything like it. He said, call Doug and see if he's doing okay. That's the attitude he had in that hospital. Our president has been resilient through a lot. And I don't need to get into all of it because you're all familiar with it, and I'm convinced much of that went on over the last 4 years is why he won the election in an electoral landslide. In Butler, Pennsylvania, when he got up and he raised that fist and he shouted, fight. He will do that for every one of you, for the United States of America. He will always put America first, without question. He loves what he does. He's got a great administration and a great team behind him. What a journey. McDonald's, drive-through window, garbage trucks showing up at a rally, and him on the plane putting on his orange vest. Sir, are you going to take that off? I'm going to the rally in my orange vest. The guy is 1 in a trillion. There will never be anybody like this man again. Enjoy this moment. Enjoy this movement. And together, We will continue to fight, 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 put America first, and make America great again. God bless everybody here. I love you.
We need to drop $1 million live.
I was going to come back out in with you. I want to come out here. So once I get in.
I know.
What am I doing? This was let us go.
They have some type of break and we're waiting to see what's going to go down. Yeah, so what happened man, they're going to get in here, man. That's not my skill. Different levels of skill. Every level out. No, it was 19,000. This is bigger than one. The Broccoli is like 19,000. This one is... Yeah, but sometimes it's still, sometimes the stadium could be bigger, but it hold less people. Just the design, you understand? Nobody designed. But this one here is not bigger than Madison Square Garden by inside design from Madison Square Garden. The whole company, I think, from how they do it. They have 4 levels here. They know how they do it. Yeah. Anyway, this what? To do what? Wait, Manhattan? Where get a good word from this? Oh, yeah. Just like thing, I'm feeling to get that started.
Like our section, no. Section of the public.
Check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hot dog and a red Gatorade. With ketchup. Gatorade, Powerade, yeah, with ketchup. It's something I can take by measurement.
Check up on to what time they'll be here for. I do leave here by 8:30 to go back to the train. Then I have a 10 o'clock train now.
I'm still waiting to see what's going to happen. Intermission Trump and a lot of other people supposed to be here soon. Here at the arena, waiting. Alright, so a feed coming up on the monitor. Let's look and see.
You have to ask her. It's hers. Okay. Melissa. I'm good right now, but I was just gonna say I think I have enough juice to get to the end of this. But if it's like a minute, do you have a way?
You have a plug?
I don't have a cord. I have my phone here. I was gonna I will pay for it if I have.
I saw you I can show you what you like.
Oh no, I don't have the connector. Is it for iPhone? It is. Oh, God bless you. And see, it's like this is where I'm at right now, so it shouldn't be like just, you know what I mean? I would pop it in now. Okay, thank you so much. Definitely. Are you full on your chart? Okay.
You put up on safe for more than the last one.
I think we're okay. All the way down to the first floor and got in line, and they're like, all right, well, we're closing this one. We're closing this one up. We're closing this one up for Trump's on his way. I'm like, you're not going to check my ass all the way up to the full fucking. Hold this right here. She literally closed the one up here on this one. Okay, I'll help and get everybody to the one no, just up here. So I said, okay, in this line up here, so it's so big, and then close to the one, I went downstairs to the shorter line. No good. Up here a little bit. I'm like, dude, there's two fucking
Yeah, no, this will mention some here for my friends to see.
That's awesome. I was just gonna say we kind of live somewhere. I'd love to
Yeah.
subscribe.
Yeah. I use to travel on YouTube. I use to travel now. YouTube.
Oh, YouTube. Oh, yeah. So my family a lot of
I do a lot to talk. So it's good. I need to travel.
I need to travel.
No. I'm just going international.
But is your YouTube channel I need to travel?
No. I need to travel.
I need to travel now. I'll look it up in a little bit. I mean, I try to get Facebook because they can tell me that
That's what I'm doing because I'm trying to get to the it's like my other friends.
If they can go on there, they can watch it.
Yeah, thank you. So this is the bottom. We're at the bottom. I really can see that.
Okay. If I need to travel now, take pictures.
Thank you.
I've got like 15 people on my family text.
Thank you. I'm anticipating the reaction. See my brain. Yeah. Look.
It's hard for Elon Musk and like a bunch of other people. Oh, they're okay. Well, it's like it is electric right now, but I missed a call and I was like, hey, it's not real. So look at that. I mean, it is incredible. Anyway, we come to say hey, we love you. We'll get back and we'll have dinner and we'll chat all about it. All right, bye, girl. Love you too.
talk to him, yeah. You know him?
They turn up the air conditioner because they don't want people to be sleeping. They put the air conditioner cold because I think they don't want people to sleep. So they turn up the air conditioner.
Yeah, probably so.
It's very cold compared to usually. Usually it's keep it warm for you to drink water.
On the subscribe button. I need to travel now. We're here live in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump inauguration gathering point. We're waiting for him to arrive over here. Reacting to the screen, what's going on with the screen.
That's what he came for.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. sorry.
I have like 12 street I have. So I bought this train ticket to go from New York. I bought it since right after the election. I remember the next day. Alright, so they put it on now. No more copyright music, good. Yeah, feel free to chat, say what you want. Comment in the chat, go ahead.
I'm trying not to move the cell phone because I don't want to lose the signal. If I move it to the church, I can lose the signal in the room. Click subscribe and like button.
We've been waiting all day. Yeah. General Mills portrait did they really? Yeah, from the Pentagon. Of General Mills portrait from the Pentagon. Who was he? What? Who was he? He was
You won't be doing work, right?
And you would jump in the like a bullshit, you know? It's so funny. It's so funny. I think he does too, I feel that. I think everybody here felt that.
Hey, honey. Can she have a charge back?
Yes. Did you get some
Thank
juice?
you so much.
I will, thank you. I'll buy you a drink or hot dog or whatever you want.
Did you get some juice at least?
Thank you very much.
Did you get a charge?
Yeah, well, yes, it got charged for.
Oh,
So that's good.
good.
Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it.
Or no?
20 from Walmart. Still got the 2 bar. Look at that.
Sorry for disturbing you. Someone is calling. Should you answer this? I'm not sure. Should you? It's totally up to
Kristen did. Kristen, thanks, Kristen. Kristen watching my live, not the news.
Are we gonna echo it?
Can we join you?
Getting me on your live?
You want me to put you on mine?
No, but they said cigar?
Oh, no.
That'll taste better.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to the Army's premier national musical outreach organization, the United States Army Field Band from Fort Meade, Maryland. They are led by the members who represent Colonel 𝗩𝗶𝗰𝘁cie 𝗍𝗏. U.S. Army Field Band develops positive connections on behalf of the Army, the Department of Defense, and the United States through live music, multimedia performances, television productions, and emerging technologies, traveling thousands of miles annually across our nation and around the world, and appearing regularly on major television and streaming events. The Field Band proudly honors our soldiers and veterans while strengthening ties with communities worldwide.
drop from the ceiling really quick. Repelling. Now it's too dark. Yeah. It's just like the background's super bright for some reason. That's good. That's a good one. She's trying to adjust the color. I mean, we take like 30 selfies to find the one, so it's kind of the same thing, right? You want me to take one and send it to you?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade. My name is Vance, and I'm very honored to be requested by our President to be your parade announcer. And it's great to be here with you. I have to say it is a bit of a different format for a parade, but of course our President wanted to keep us safe, wanted to keep us warm. I can tell you something, the talent's going to be coming through these doors into this arena. It is going to get hot in here tonight. So thank you for joining us as we celebrate this historic occasion on behalf of the Vance Presidential Inaugural Committee. The ceremony is about to begin. We're going to get things underway, so if your family and friends are talking in the halls or whatever, get down to your seats, grab a snack. We're going to get the show on the road.
Yeah!
the United States, under the direction of Major Aaron Morris, the U.S. Army Band Herald Trumpets performing their fanfare is actually written for the 47th President of the United States. Listen to this, it's amazing. This is Brass and Glory. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 50th Vice President of the United States of America. Your formation consists of Pennsylvania State Police, local police, county sheriffs, emergency services, EMS, 911 radio dispatch, and hospital personnel, who all heroically stepped into action during the horrific attack. They are also paying tribute to the participants Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. All modeled after the post-World War I General 𝗙𝗫𝗁𝗁's gray uniform. President Donald J. Trump. listen to those backgrounds. Let's hear for it, folks.
Are you videoing it? Are you videoing it?
Yes. Thank you.
They are proud to honor their fallen brothers and sisters each and every day.
here live in Washington, D.C. 20. Time right now is 5:50, 15 minutes after 5 p.m. January 20th, 2025. Live here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our new special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff.
Good evening, everybody. I was appointed by President Trump to be the special envoy for the peace of the Middle East. And I'd like to describe to you some of the things we're doing and how it informs on President Trump's policies. First of all, it is an honor to stand before you today as I reflect on the enormity of the role that President Trump has cast in it. I am constantly reminded of the privilege it is to serve under the leadership of my boss, President Trump. His presidency has provided a clear, bold vision for the Middle East, and it is this vision that guides every step I take in the mission. President Trump's leadership has redefined what is possible in the pursuit of progress and stability in the Middle East. His decisive, pragmatic approach ensures that even the most entrenched conflicts are met with fresh perspectives and innovative strategies. His policies have already delivered remarkable successes, such as yesterday's release of hostages in Gaza. This achievement demonstrates the strength of President Trump's leadership and the respect he commands on the global stage. It is yet another example of his ability to deliver results in the most complex and challenging situations. The Abraham Accords, a testament to his vision and determination, have also brought historic progress to the region, transforming old rivalries into new alliances. These agreements are not merely symbolic. They represent a practical roadmap for peace, economic cooperation, and mutual respect across nations. My role, as President Trump has tasked me, is straightforward yet profoundly challenging: to turn his vision into actionable outcomes. He sets the agenda, he lays the framework, and he inspires people like me into bold action. My responsibility is to implement his vision, engaging with leaders across the region to find pathways towards sustainable peace and stability. And let me tell you, having Donald Trump as a boss makes this task not only possible, but far more effective. President Trump's reputation as a leader who delivers results resonates far beyond Washington. Leaders in the Middle East know he means what he says. His ability to cut through bureaucratic gridlock and focus on tangible results is the game changer. It allows me to approach delicate negotiations with the confidence that the full weight of the United States is behind me. The principles President Trump has laid out for our approach to the Middle East and foreign policy in general are fourfold, and they are clear. 1, respect for sovereignty. Every nation deserves the right to determine its own destiny, free from the interference of external powers. 2, economic prosperity as a bridge to stability. Through economic partnerships and investment, we can build a foundation for cooperation that transcends historical grievances. 3, courageous diplomacy. Real progress requires difficult conversations and bold decisions, and it is through these that trust is built and maintained. And finally, 4, reciprocity and accountability. The United States requires reciprocal actions from our partners. We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling. We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling to fund their own progress. The days of blank checks are over. Partnerships under President Trump's leadership must be equitable, and contributions must reflect shared commitments to our goals. In my work, I've seen firsthand how these principles resonate. They provide a foundation that transcends politics and speaks to the shared humanity of all people in a region. Leaders across the Middle East recognize that this Trump administration is serious about results, not symbolic gestures, but real, meaningful progress that improves lives. Thank you. It's not always easy. There are moments of deep challenge and frustration. Decades of mistrust cannot be undone overnight. Yet I take comfort in knowing that I am not in this alone. President Trump's clarity of vision ensures that I never have to question what success looks like. His leadership provides the confidence and direction necessary to navigate these complexities. As we move forward, my commitment is to continue the work of advancing President Trump's vision for the Middle East. Whether through expanding the Abraham Peace Accords, fostering economic development, or facilitating dialogue between long-standing adversaries, my focus remains on actionable results. Let me close by saying this: a stable and prosperous Middle East is not an unattainable dream. It is a goal within our reach, made possible by strong leadership and unwavering commitment. Under President Trump's guidance, we are proving that the impossible can become reality. Thank you, but I have one more thing to say. We have some special people for me to introduce you to tonight. President Trump has been talking to them as well. They are the families of hostages from Israel who have been in Gaza for the last year and a half. There are many of them here today. Several of the families have lost children and loved ones, and they're here because they're part of an effort to retrieve their bodies so they can be buried in a proper way. Several have children who are still in captivity. There is an American family here whose loved one is scheduled to come out in 14 days. And they're going to be meeting the president tonight. So let's give them all some love and a big hand. Come on.
for disturbing you. Someone is calling. Answer this.
And now, I get to introduce my dear friend, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. So now the work begins. We won, but now the work begins. We have to bring them home. Tonight, I'm going to be signing on the 𝗓𝗍 hostages. I'm going to the Oval Office and we'll be signing pardons for a lot of people. And thank you to Steve Witkoff. He's a great guy. He's a friend of mine. He's been a very successful man. He's a great negotiator. He's a wonderful guy. People love him. And he's got a tremendous power of persuasion. And that's what we need. We don't need stiffs. We don't need stiffs. We got a stiffs. We just had a whole load of them. And to the former hostages with us today, welcome. Welcome home. Some of the folks are former hostages. Not a good situation. The 3 young ladies that came home yesterday, you saw that, more coming home every day now. They're coming home. But they were hurt. They were one had her head blown off, fingers of her hand indeed was blown off. She was trying to defend herself from a bullet being fired. You believe this? A bullet knocked off her hand. I don't know, you look at it, it's a disgrace. We never stopped praying for you, and we're so glad that you're reunited with your friends and families, and God bless you all. And some of them are just saying, no, my son is but please just bring home his body. I see it. Many of you told me that your son is gone. Bring home his body. It should have never happened. 3 years, ridiculous. Should have never happened. Wouldn't have happened. I also want to express my tremendous gratitude to the thousands of proud American patriots who came from all across the country to join us at this celebration. And you're witnessing the dawn of the golden age of America. That's when it started. Let us also thank the incredible service members, National Guardsmen, Police, Secret Service, and law enforcement personnel who are keeping us all safe. Even though they are great people. New York's finest. I grew up with New York's finest. We gotta give them their authority back. You won't have any crime. There'll be no crime. Give them little authority back. The whole way they run things in this country now, it's disgraceful. But it's going to change rapidly. We're going to make our citizens again do it. Even though we're indoors, we've had a magnificent inaugural parade. And let's give a big round of applause. It was great. All of the incredible performers and hardworking men and women who made it possible. Those people. I also want to thank my wonderful family for being here, especially my beautiful wife, our First Lady, Melania. I love our First Lady. And also, JD, how good is JD? And his beautiful Usha. How good is JD? He's another good negotiator, Steve. He's a great negotiator. We need negotiators in this country. But so many of the people on this stage, we had not only family members, as an example, Laura Trump, the wife of Eric. She was the head of the Republican Party, along with my friend Michael Stand Up. For doing what a job. They worked so hard. They knew they'd be rigging, but they said we're going to make it too big to rig, and we did. We made it too big to rig. We won every swing state by a lot. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won the whole ball of wax. And now we're going to go and drill, baby, drill, and do all the things that we wanted to do and bring it costs down and prices down and make our country safe. Well, thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much. What a job you've done, Michael. I'm never moving you, you know. I was thinking about getting a nice job in the administration. I said, no, I'm leaving you right where you are. We're not moving you, Michael. So, anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Right here with us also in the arena, I'm about to sign some very important executive orders. Hey, Don, will you stand up? Please, Don is another one. How about Don? He's a popular one. He goes out and speaks against that big crowd. He's a little on the rough side sometimes, and that's what you want. He's done a fantastic job. He loves our country. Thanks, man. Great job. And Ivanka. And you know, Jared negotiated the Abraham Accords, which are the biggest deal made in the Middle East in many, many years. Jared Still. The Abraham. Tiffany's going to have a little baby. And then I have a very tall son named Baron. Is that for 36 points. And you say, yeah, I'm gonna go out and do this one and that one. We did a lot of them. And he respects them all. He understood them very well. And he said, "Dude, you gotta go out, do Joe Rogan, do all these guys." And we did. They were all great, right? They were all great. Another famous one, how about Kai? Stand up, Kai. Is that Byron Donalds back there? Stand up, Byron. What a future this one has. What a future. Great, Byron. Thank you very much. How about Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce? He's going to take in more money than any country has ever even. We have many others. We're going to sign some orders right now. We're going to sign executive orders. First, I'll revoke nearly 80 destructive and radical executive actions of the previous administration, one of the worst administrations in history. Maybe the one, not one of the worst. Anybody that would allow millions of people to pour through our borders from jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums, gang members to be taken off the streets of Venezuela and deposited in our country, and many, not just Venezuela. You know, crime in Venezuela is down 74% because they took their criminals and gave them to us through an open border policy of the previous administration. All over the world, they're emptying their prisons into our country. They're emptying their mental institutions into our country. It stops as of 1 o'clock this afternoon. Revoking nearly 80 destructive, radical executive actions of the previous administration, they'll all be null and void within about, what, 5 minutes? Is that them over there? 5 minutes? And next, to gain immediate control of the vast federal out-of-control bureaucracy, I will implement an immediate regulation freeze which will stop Biden bureaucrats from continuing to regulate. Most of those bureaucrats are being fired. They got should be all of them, but some states will with a couple of them. I'll also issue a temporary hiring freeze to ensure that we're only hiring competent people who are faithful to the American public, and we will pause the hiring of any new IRS agents. We will also require that federal workers must return to the office of President. We're going to take the 88,000 people that they hired to go after you with guns. By the way, they're allowed to use guns and harass you like they were so many other people. Remember this. Okay, remember? Do you remember Lily's statement about tips? Does anybody remember that statement? I think we won the battle because of that statement. But they went out and harassed you over the tips. In other words, we are restoring control of our government to the people. We're going to take those 88,000. Let's see if they'd like to work on the border, because that's what we want to do. We're going to have no tax or tips, right? Well, they have, like, the Speaker of the House is here. He's done such a good job. Is Mike here around there someplace? I saw him just a little while ago. Hello, fellas. Look at you guys. Yeah, I know, but he's doing great. They're all doing good. The Republican Party has never been unified like it is right now. They want to save our country. We're going to more than save it. We're going to make it greater than it's ever been before by a lot.
Next, I'm going to sign a presidential memorandum directing every member of my cabinet to marshal every power at their disposal to defeat inflation and rapidly bring down the cost of daily life. Because your costs have gone through the roof in the last 4 years. Perhaps you didn't notice. Does anyone notice your costs are like double, triple, quadruple? You can't buy bacon. Apples have doubled in price. You want an apple, anybody? Pay twice what you did 2 years ago. We'll put more money in your pocket. And we'll bring back the American dream to reduce energy costs and liberate our economy. So we have more oil and gas than any country in the world, and we're going to use it. We're not going to do the wind thing. Big ugly windmills, they ruin your neighborhood, they ruin you. You have a house that's near a windmill, guess what? Your house is worth less than half. And did you see up in New England with the whales? You see what's happening? So they had 2 whales killed in about 14 years. Last year and the year before, total they had 28. So if you're into whales, you know what windmills do. And they're the most expensive form of energy that you can have by far. They're all made in China, by the way. And they kill your birds and they ruin your beautiful landscapes. But other than that, I think they're quite good, right? Now, remember when we used to joke and kid, when we were kidding? We don't kid anymore. They want to watch the debates on television. They want to watch your favorite president on television. But the wind isn't blowing, so we can't watch television that night, Gladys. Gladys, I'm sorry, the wind is just not blowing. We're not watching Trump tonight. But I'm immediately withdrawing from the unfair, one-sided Paris Climate Accord Witkoff. The United States will not sacrifice our own interests while China pollutes with impunity. You know, China, look, they use a lot of dirty energy, but they produce a lot of energy. And when that stuff goes up in the air, you know, it doesn't stay there. It's not like you got a wall around the walls, don't it? Not like you have a wall around that, it floats into the United States of America after 3.5 to 5.5 days. It floats across the oceans, and it comes right over your neighborhood, and it falls into your neighborhood. So they all say, we have to fight for cleaner air, but yeah, the dirty air is dropping all over us, so what the hell are they talking about? Unless everybody does it. It just doesn't work. You know, we have the cleanest air and the cleanest water that this country's ever had under the Trump administration. And we didn't do anything to stop jobs and stop production, believe me. You see a lot of companies come pouring back because tariffs. They always say tariffs is the most beautiful word to me in the dictionary. And I was reprimanded by the fake news. They said, what about love, religion, and God? I said, I agree. Let's put God number 1. Let's put religion number 2. Love, I don't know, we gotta put that number 3, I guess, right? And then it's tariff. Because tariffs are gonna make our riches out, it's gonna bring our country's businesses back. And I'll also sign an executive order to immediately end federal government censorship of the American people. In America, we believe in free speech. And we'll bring that back starting today. To stop the weaponization. Oh, I know about that. It's creeps. Deranged Jackson. Deranged is a deranged prosecutor. Sick. They suck him on him. He's now been reduced to getting in an airplane, going back to The Hague or wherever the hell he came from. We gotta get rid of that guy. Hey, was he one of the many people that got a pardon today? Did they pardon Jack Smith? You know, did you know that Biden, while I was making my speech, pardoned his whole family? The brother, the whole deal was pardoned. Can you imagine that? While I was making my speech. Did everybody hear my speech?
great people who went for me, sir, this is such a great speech. It's so unified. Don't talk about Biden with his partners or his family. We want a unified country. They said, don't talk about the J6 hostages that you're going to be releasing today. Sir, don't put that in your speech, please. He said, but I didn't really have to put it in my speech. I said, sir, it won't be unified like it is. It's so beautiful the way it is. And it is getting great reviews. You know, I put things like that in, I get terrible reviews. One little paragraph that's a little bit wrong, the thank you is good, crazy. So, I said, all right, I won't put it in my speech, but you know what? I'm speaking in front of a hell of a lot of people at a place called and I'll talk about it. So we're going to be going over the beautiful Oval Office, one of the great offices in history. Even if it wasn't beautiful, it's the Oval Office, but it is beautiful. And we love the Oval Office. It all starts with the Oval. The wars start and end there. Everything starts and ends in the Oval Office. We love it. But we're going to go to the Oval Office. We're going to release our great hostages that include, for the most part, they didn't do stuff wrong. You take a look at what went on. And look what happens in other parts of the country. In Portland, where they kill people, they destroy the city. Nothing happens to them. In Seattle, where they took over a big chunk of the city, nothing happened. Minneapolis, where they burned down the city, nothing happened. Essentially nothing. All they want to do is go after the J6 hostages. A 76-year-old grandmother was arrested the other day. She was looking, I think because she was looking at the Capitol or something like that. We're not going to do that around here. And to stop the weaponization of law enforcement, I've been investigated more than any human being in the world. I believe I have the all-time record. Every day a subpoena. Every single day we get subpoenas. I was more than any person. 𝗖𝗽𝗶 remember I used to talk about it? 𝗖𝗽𝗶 Scarface, he was a pretty rough guy. He was investigated about 1/100th when Trump was there. My father was looking down at me, my mother. How the hell did this happen? You know what it is? They investigated their political opponent, the opponent of Biden, and then ultimately Kamala. Has anyone ever heard of her? We had to beat two opponents. You know, we had to beat Biden, then we beat him. Now he goes to the top, that was like 39 points down. I think I could have beaten Trump. He should have left me in no power. His debate performance wasn't the best, so that's what and then they had to change, and it's like you get into a fight. The great 𝗩𝗶𝗰𝘁cie spoke last night. We love 𝗩𝗶𝗰𝘁cie. Like UFC. That's like he puts in two fighters. One of them's getting creamed, getting really beaten, and they say, "All right, take him out. Let's put somebody else in to finish him." Like that's what they did to us. They gave us somebody new, but we took care of both of them. So we beat actually two. But to stop the weaponization of law enforcement, Governor, I will also sign an order directing every federal agency to preserve all records pertaining to political persecutions under the last administration of 𝗩𝗶𝗰𝘁cie𝗿𝘆 and beginning the process of exposing any and all abuses of power, even though he's part of many of these. And you believe he's part of it. You know why he did it while I was speaking? Because that way I couldn't speak about it. I was speaking. I didn't know he did it. I finished my speech, and they said, "Sir, you pardon his whole family." I said, "Ooh, can I go back out there and talk about that?" Somehow that wouldn't be very elegant. Our First Lady would say, "Please don't do that." We have plenty of time to talk about it, and we will. We're doing all of this on our very first day in office. You know, don't forget, we've been in this position really where we won the primaries in record time. Fastest win of a primary ever in political history, which is a very nice thing. Nice thing. Well, the second election was rigged, so we knew we were doing well. And if it wasn't, you know what? If it wasn't, I would have never run. But this third one was just a monster. What was that? Well, the second one, we got like 10 or 12 million votes more than the first one. How about that? We did great in the first one. We did much better in the second one. But man, did we do well in the third one. So we're gonna have some fun. Very simple. We're gonna make our country great. We're gonna make our country great again. We're gonna make America great again. How good a name is 𝗥𝗹𝗶, right? I was going to say keep America great, but unfortunately it wasn't great. Can't say keep it great. It will be great again, but 𝗥, keep America great, 𝗥. I don't think it's ever going to replace 𝗥. Does anybody like 𝗥? Never replacing 𝗥. Nothing will ever replace 𝗥. 𝗥 was the most successful political operation, political movement in the history of our country, maybe in the history of the world. Let's see what happens. Because we're not finished yet. We're not finished yet. We have a long way to go. So we're doing this in the very first day in office, and in just a few moments, I'm not only signing the release of the J6 hostages, I'm signing other things that you'll, oh, you're going to be happy reading newspapers tomorrow, the next day, and the next day, and the next day. So I just want to thank everybody. Look at this place. It's full to the rafters. You don't have any. You don't have any empty seats. And by the way, the Capitals, one owners, they are so good. We got to root for their teams because they have been so great to 𝗥 to us. And I just want to thank Ted and everybody. You guys have been fantastic. And the ice hockey team's doing great. 𝗥𝗹𝗶's pretty good, man. They're doing great. So I want to thank them, Capital One arena owners. They've been absolutely fantastic. And thank you once again to everyone. And I can only tell you, you're going to be very happy. You're going to watch a lot of good things happen. We've got to stop some wars that are happening and going on. Some stupid things are happening. The war with Ukraine would have never happened, and it has. As you know, Israel would have never been hit on October 7th, and none of you would be up, none of you would even know anything about this tragedy that you're going through right now. But Iran was broke. Anybody that bought oil from Iran, they couldn't do any business with us. They're not going to do business with America. China passed, everybody passed, they were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas, they didn't have money for Hezbollah. And your sons would be alive, and they certainly wouldn't be incarcerated like they are. But we're getting a lot of people out in a short period of time. So I'm going to go right over to here, and I'm going to sign in front of you. Thank you.
Sure. The first item that President Trump is signing is the rescission of 78 Biden-era executive actions, executive orders, presidential memoranda. preventing bureaucrats from issuing any more regulations until we have full control of this government. The next item, sir, is a freeze on all federal hiring, excepting the military and a number of other excluded categories. Again, until full control of the government is achieved and we understand the objectives of government going forward.
Could you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so.
Sir, the next item, as you announced in your speech, is a requirement that federal workers return to full-time in-person work. Thank you, sir. Next, we have a directive to every department and agency in the federal government to address the cost of living crisis that has cost Americans so dearly.
Thank you, President Trump!
Thank you, sir. The next item here is the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Treaty. Yes, sir. We're going to save over $1 trillion by withdrawing from the treaty. And the next item, sir, is a letter that will be transmitted to the United Nations explaining that we are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Treaty. This next item is a directive to the federal government ordering the restoration of freedom of speech and preventing government censorship of free speech. And lastly, sir, before we go back to the Oval Office to sign a large number of other items, is a directive to the federal government ending the weaponization of government against the political adversaries of the previous administration as we
I'll be back. Oh. I'm almost done.
To the left, we have to put that elevator.
Okay, thank you. Is somebody still looking? 𝗩𝗶𝗰𝗁𝗁, I should have cut this stream a long time ago. Alright, so if we're sticking around, you get to see the empty stadium. Remember all that noise earlier? Now it's empty. How much time we get to see it empty? Now let's go this way. You get that kind of behind the scenes, though, guys. I'm gonna cut this soon. Thanks for sticking around. Guess what? I may just come back on, but for now, I need to travel now. Came out here to Washington, D.C. And, okay, thank you. And this is a wrap. I'll be back. Subscribe. I need to travel. No, I just did. I did. Bye. Subscribe. I need to travel now.